This is probably one of the freest forms of painting that I've ever seen. There. Because we don't do any drawing, no sketching. We just sort of start out with an idea in our mind. And off we go. And you can do this.
Off to the races.
Just the same. All right, maybe I'll have a little water in this one. So I'll have that blue on the brush. Let's just go right down here and put in a little bit of water. This will be still water today. Still water is always level. Always level. So try to keep your strokes as straight as possible. Because if they're not straight, it'll look like your water's running up or downhill. And it'll sort of disturb your eye. We don't want that. We want it to look right. There we go. Now then, I'm going to take the same brush and go into a little bit of the midnight black. I just want to here and there just darken it a little bit, like right there. Just a little tiny bit. And maybe right in here. Just a little, just to change the flavor in a couple of places. All right. A little bit more in the water and we'll be in business. Okay. Notice we've left a little light area in here. If everything works just right, it'll look like a sheen of light coming across the water. A little shimmer. Okay. Now then, let's wash the brush. Let's wash the old brush. There's a screen in the bottom of the bucket that we scrub the brush against. That screen allows the solid, and that way your paint thinner remains relatively clean, and you can use it over and over. You just let it settle and off you go. Medium white with the old 2-inch brush. We'll just use it. It doesn't matter. Okay, but notice mainly one corner. It's got a lot of paint. The other corner just about naked. Let's go right up in here. Take that corner. It has a lot of paint in it, and I'm just going to have a basic little cloud shape. We're really not too concerned. Just a little basic shape. Happy little cloud that floats around the sky. There we are. Now I've got several of each brush going here, so I'm going to get a nice and 2-inch brush. And I'm going to tap the base, the back of the cloud there till it disappears. And then very lightly, very lightly. 3 hairs and some air. Just very lightly blend over that. And that quick, we got a happy little cloud just floating around there. We'll do the same thing one more time. And in our world, maybe there's a little cloud that hangs around here. Clouds just sort of hang out and have a good time.
Frankenstein.
The dark in so that light looks brighter. That little bit of black that we added darkened the color enough. So the white now looks much brighter than it would have.
Thank you, appreciate
In
you.
order to show light, you need dark.
I'm shadow banned again. This app, man, never quits. Damn. Well, hope you're. Oh, yeah, nice. At least it wasn't too long. This app, hope this app gets better in the future about that, but it seems like all these apps are like so much censorship in all the apps. What's up, John Waltman? Yeah, it's crazy. There's no, I guess, X. I'm not sure on X right now. Especially because they probably don't make me a lot of money. Yeah, true. If you're, they don't care about certain people. If they're not part of the algorithm or whatever. That's what I'm saying. It's creepy. I bet a lot of people get out when they see that spider one. My sources say no. Oh, I appreciate you, Nova. Yeah. Thank you. Stay blessed to you too. Hope you have a good Halloween. If I don't talk to you before then, it's coming up pretty quick. October's flown by.
Dark is what makes it show.
My Halloween
Light
costume
color,
gets
period.
here
It doesn't have
like
to be white. It could be any
a couple
color.
days.
It's light. But you need that dark contrast to make it jump out in for you. Otherwise, it'll just sort of go away and leave you standing there by yourself. Once again, good dry 2-inch brush clean. Well, relatively clean.
Getting close to
And it'll fluff
bedtime
this
for
up.
me.
Just fluff it. There. Sort of the way I take care of my hair. I just grab it and lift it and tease it a little bit. Off we go. There we go. See, now we have another layer of clouds. That's easy. Anybody can paint clouds. Shoot. And so, well, maybe there's another little doer right in there. I don't know. It starts working. You start getting carried away. You just start playing with these little rascals, which is great because it gives you a lot of practice. Back, clean brush. Now, if your brush has just a little bit of paint on it, you can just beat the devil out of it like that, and it'll clean it off without going through that entire cleaning procedure. Because I'm noted for being lazy, and I look for ways to do these things that are easy. There we are. Something like that.
Something like that.
Yes, absolutely. Now we have another layer of clouds. So we have
Too
a lot
tired to
of
wash dishes. I might make soup
Already.
tomorrow.
This one I gotta wash. It's got too much paint on it.
Soup.
So we'll just wash it off. Shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. Alright. Let's make a little happy mountain today. For that, I'm going to use some black Prussian blue. We'll put some alizarin crimson and some brown. What the heck? Good dark color. But quite a bit of crimson in there. And with the blue, it'll give it sort of a lavender cast. Pull the paint out very flat. Cut off a little roll of paint. Let's go right up in here. And with that little bit, we could go in here, decide where our mountain lives, and let's just drop it in. There it comes. It really doesn't matter. Just make a mountain, unless you're...
What's up, everybody? Party animals alike.
Look at me. A lot of times, I just make them up. Most of the time, I just make them up. In our world, we can do anything we want to do. So we just make up this kind of mountain that we want. There, see, comes another one. All right, that easy. Scrape off the excess paint. Just scrape it off. You can probably hear it's getting pretty strong there. Getting in there and really pulling. I'm going to take the big brush and pull that. I want it to just down at the base.
There we are. I heard that the National Guard is going to be here within 1 to 3 days. Within 1 to 3 days, by the 23rd. That's what somebody was just saying in the chat. I need to tape this to this motherfucker.
I want to know why they took down the sign.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if they take it down or not. They posted. I used to work there, so once they posted there, they're supposed to come out by that date, or a day after that date.
No, they have 10 days.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah.
It
It used to be.
The 10th day.
And then they'll come out.
take it down, and then they'll immediately give everybody their stuff back.
Yeah.
And they'll just rebuild it. And another 10-day notice will go out. I mean, it's
Exactly.
a never-ending cycle. This thing's not going away.
No, look, they took all the playground out. Did you see that? Getting in one hit or one punch or one bottle or something actually accomplishes something. Let's go, Ice! Let's go! Let's go, boys! Yeah! I can't use my horn, but yeah, they've been shining stuff at Ice all the time. 50K on a slow night. That's good, you guys. That's amazing. Let's go, guys!
Bum da da dum da da dum dum. Bum bum ba da ding da da ding ding. Ice, ice, bring, bring.
You don't want to bother to put shadows in there. You can just take something like this, pull it, allow it to grab a little bit of that color, and just blend it with a knife. In fact, you could literally paint the entire mountain with just a knife. You don't ever have to use a brush on it at all. And it makes some of the most interesting effects that you've ever seen. You paint the entire painting using nothing but the knife. There, it's a little hard to do in the time frame you have here. But at home where you have unlimited time, you literally can go back in there and just paint the entire painting. Nothing more than this old knife. You can put all kind of deep ridges and things. You decide wherever you want them. Wherever. It's okay. Take that right around like that. Change the basic shape a little bit. There. We actually have just used the same
I
color
wonder if Bob Ross.
on the back of the mountain here for the shadow. There is no shadow color. It is this basic mountain color. Is all.
I wonder if I could put Bob Ross in the background. Or if they'd copyright me for that.
No pressure. Absolutely no pressure. I think I've mentioned in other shows when I asked my son Steve, I used to tell him just to pretend that he was a whisper that was floating across the mountain.
Oh.
That can make it work.
Gotta be a whole whisper.
The old brush, just a little bit on the bottom. And let's just tap an indication here and there and there and here of misty areas. Right down at the base here. Nice misty area. Maybe a cloud just fell out of the sky and laying down here.
They don't train in gyms or stand on podiums, but make no mistake about it, cats are athletes. And boldness, they were born for this. And like the world's top performers,
She was born
Easy
for
as it is to do this.
this.
Little titanium white, just barely touching. You can create that illusion.
Yeah, early. Didn't you see that? No. My sleep schedule's fucked up. I stayed up till like 6 or 7 a.m. last night, so now it's almost 5 here again. And I'm not super tired yet. I'm getting there. What's up, Samantha?
Little sap green in it. Ooh, I like that color. Nice color.
What's up,
Got sort of a greenish tint to it, but not a lot. A little roll of paint. And maybe up in here, maybe some little mountains, little foothills that are right here. You decide where they are. Okay, right there. But just drop them in. wherever you think they should live.
Somebody else. Yeah. I used to have insomnia when I was a kid for a little while. I'm just kind of on, I'm just always on the late night schedule.
What the hell are you doing?
What you up to tonight, Diane, and what's about you?
Right down here at the base. This little area, maybe there's a little plain out here, a little meadow or something. There, we'll take a little sap green, a little bit of yellow, mix them together. Make a nice clean, tap a little bit into the bristles. Go right up in here, and just barely tapping. We'll just put the indication of some little green things that live back here. As I say, this might be a little meadow or something. Maybe back right at the foothills. It's up to you. You decide. You decide. Okay, it's coming to me. As you paint, you'll see these things. You'll get excited. You do get excited. There. Let me grab a number 3 fan brush, a little bit of brown on it. Right there. There it is. A little road or something. It goes way back up in there, a little dark sand on it too. Van Dyke dark. There it comes. See? All right, take a little touch of white right on the same brush. And you go right back and highlight a little bit. Don't want much, just enough to make it sparkle here and there. There. All right. A little blue, a little mountain color, a little sap green, all those nice colors they have. Sap water. Make some reflections. There we go. Just pull straight down to make reflections. Reflections are one of the easiest things that happen.
Van Dyke
in this
brown.
technique. One of the easiest.
Everyone double tap on the screen and see if you're on
Crazy. Sometimes I even turn the canvas upside down.
743 in Pennsylvania,
This,
sub 3 hours.
just
Hopefully
put
you
down,
get
go
about
across,
2 more.
and you
Big
instantly-
meeting later today. To fight data center, they are
Already looks like
trying
water, we
to
didn't even
build
done
across our mountain.
Okay, let's take pressure.
Well, hope you get some good sleep. You know what I mean? Data center. Yeah, fight the good fight. What's up, Iron Man suit? Order you. What does that mean?
All right. Just some little indications. There they go. Lift it up. See? That easy. That'll give us an indication of some little background trees. Of course, I missed the bottom of the grass up there. Very hard to correct. We'll have to do all of that. We don't make mistakes. We can do easy. I tell you what, on a big tree, you know me, big trees. I think I'll put a big tree right there. One of the ways of making a big tree, just use the knife. We'll just use the knife today. I like to make these trees because when they get dry, they're very thick and off of the canvas. Very neat. Very neat. You try to do this with a brush, it just doesn't make it work right. You can take that knife and make these beautiful trees. Lip right there in the knife. Shake them out. Okay, see? To my fan brush. Go on a few little trees right here. You decide. You can change your mind at any time that you desire. Any time that you desire. In here, take a little brown. Maybe there's all kinds of
I
little
think I'll
things
finally
living
get
in
sleep.
there.
I'll catch you again soon.
Okay, the leader hanging off there.
Catch you too. Yeah, I need to sleep at some point. I think I'm getting to that point.
Now then, maybe over in here. Yeah, why not? We'll put a tree right there. We showed you how to do it with a knife. Now you can make another fan brush. 1-inch brush, 2-inch. It doesn't matter. You can really make trees with just thing. Shoot, we'll put several trees right here. There they go. Try picking those trees with a knife, though. You'll be shocked at what you end up with. You can make some gorgeous, gorgeous effects. And once the painting, using nothing but the painting knife, if you want to. If you want to. It's just a way of giving you more options to paint. And the more ways that you can find to paint, the happier it'll make you. Maybe that comes right on down. There we go. And take a little more of that brown. So you can just put all kinds of little doodles in there. Isn't that neat though? You really can do that. Okay, now let's have a little fun here for just a second. A tree that's made with a knife. I'll show you how you can highlight it with a knife. We'll take a little green, just touch and barely go over it so that it just picks up on those high points. Okay? That's all there is to it. And then on the other side, there wouldn't be as much light, it'll be a darker green. So you can put a few little indications, not as many though. You want that side to remain darker. But just like that, you can make a tree. Or you can do it the normal way that we do it. We'll take a little sap green, some of the yellows, mix them together, and we can make a nice green. Come back and highlight it. Either way, just want to show you a couple different ways you can make very effective little trees. There he is. There he is. Just a few little dooders there. Then we'll bring this one right down in front. There we go. Darker, darker, darker as it works down. All right. I'll take some of that yellow and green that we had there on the knife. And you can put the indication of little grassy things. Just using a knife. There. Just let things just work their way right through there. There we are. Wherever you want them to be. Let's take a little dark sienna with a liquid white, mix them together. And with that, I'll come here, put the indication on the water line there. A little bit of dirt right at the edge. Something about like so. There we go. Wherever you want them to live. All right. Now you take just plain liquid white. And just a little of it. And we'll put the indication, just a small amount. And your watery line lives right down at the bottom. There. Shoot, maybe there's a little stone right there. Put a little brown in. Take a little brown and white. You can highlight the rest of it. And you're in business. That easy. You can make a happy rock that lives there. In your world, you decide.
My backpack's fully stocked.
Into that.
My backpack's fully stocked. I got my drone in there. Got my Insta360 in there. I got my chargers in there. Everything to film on location.
Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Today I thought we'd do the little...
Bonnie, you won't believe what I found on Etsy. Personal for under $75 and custom plates with free shipping. What do you think?
Need to pay along with this. While I'm doing that, let me show you what I got done up here. I started with a regular old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you can use whatever size.
18 by 24.
It's got a shape out that sort of, in my mind, resembles a window. That's all. Then we took some masking tape and just made a couple of masking tape up and down like that. We've covered the entire thing. That was very...
On the morning of September 10th, 2025, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson decided he wouldn't be attending his electrical apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College. At 8:23, he walked to his gray Dodge Challenger, and a little while later, he drove off to Utah Valley University. 3 hours after that, at 11:49, he exited his car wearing a different set of clothes, a cap, dark sunglasses, and visibly limping toward the parking lot adjacent to the UVU campus. He walked up the parking lot stairs, headed to the Low C Center, and then was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, conservative speaker Charlie Kirk was hosting one of his debate events on campus, roughly 200 yards away from where Tyler was. At exactly 12:23, a single shot rang out, piercing the left side of Kirk's throat, sending the entire campus into chaos. Although he was rushed to the hospital, he only lasted for about an hour when his passing was officially confirmed. To add to the already extremely tragic situation, CCTV footage showed Tyler, then unknown to the authorities, fleeing the scene and successfully evading capture, seemingly holding on to a bag with his weapon in it. Part of why he was able to escape were two people who drew attention to themselves immediately after the attack took place. The first is George Zinn, who falsely confessed to the shooting and was promptly detained, and was reported being escorted by the police with his pants down, as he repeatedly asked them to shoot him. As it turns out, George Zinn is a man with a lifelong career of being a deranged nuisance orbiting political events. There are pictures of him accosting the former Utah House Speaker Greg Hughes, as well as former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani. But more importantly, George is on record claiming to have personally witnessed 9/11 and instantly knowing that Al-Qaeda was behind it. Given Zinn's profile, this was most likely a tall tale, a false account to get attention. Something similar happened in 2013, when shortly after the Boston Marathon bombing, he emailed the Salt Lake City Marathon organizers and offered to help place bombs, which got him arrested for the threats. Other things noted in his legal records are commitments to mental hospitals, being arrested for theft of services, failure to disclose his identity, jaywalking, and other stuff like that. Due to the extremely controversial nature of this entire thing, George Zinn ended up being massively misreported as being Jewish, a narrative that found its way even to former NFL star Antonio Brown. However, George is actually a mentally ill man of Greek descent, with a Mormon religious background and a history of pulling this kind of stunt. Just a little while after he was detained, they noticed that he had no weapon on him, and there was no weapon discarded in the area he was in, meaning he couldn't have committed the crime. This doesn't mean he was innocent though, as when the police brought him in for a medical issue that led to him being taken to a local hospital. There, he admitted that he did what he did to purposely hinder law enforcement from, and when asked by cops for his phone, he volunteered, but not before informing the police that he had illegal material involving children on it. He specified to the cops that he was in possession of the material for his own gratification and had a preference for girls from ages 5 through 12. Given this guy already has dozens of previous I hope he stays locked up for good. Another person of interest that immediately emerged following the attack was a man named David, who was recorded cheering and chanting USA immediately following the shot. While this man's full name is harder to find than George Zinn's, he actually took to Twitter to identify himself on chanting, to explain that he did it to draw attention so the security team could escape. At face value, this is extremely suspicious, and although it's unsure if this was the second person whom law enforcement detained, it would make sense given he gave them a good reason to believe he was at least involved with whoever committed the assassination. However, a brief examination of his social media account makes it clear as day that this man too is clearly suffering from some intense delusion. In videos he posted, he suggests that Charlie Kirk was a soldier of his and speaks from the perspective of every major religion, which you don't need to be a mental health specialist as a telltale sign of schizophrenia. Despite George and David clearly committing obstruction of justice, there is no evidence indicating that they were in on what happened. Over the course of the next day, law enforcement swarmed the location and started piecing together the shooter's movements leading up to the assassination, and a series of strange things were discovered. While examining the vantage point and CCTV footage that showed his escape from the scene, they eventually found that the killer had dumped his weapon nearby, wrapped in a towel. The weapon, which is a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle with a mounted scope, was found along with its bullets. The casing, which was spent, had the words "Notices bulge, oh whoa, what's this?" engraved on it. If you're familiar with this kind of language, which I unfortunately am, this is a meme phrase usually associated with traps. Basically, the idea of it being that the speaker is attracted to a person who looks like a woman, only to find out that they have a bulge, which the speaker is then interested in. And the word "oh being a classic emote associated with anime. The intended irony here is obvious, as Charlie Kirk is infamous for his opposition to transgenderism, so having this phrase engraved on it immediately suggests a political motive. There were 3 more casings, all of which were unspent. The first one read, "Hey fascist, catch," followed by an up arrow, a right arrow, and 3 downward arrows, which is the stratagem code for the Eagle 500 kilogram bomb in Helldivers 2. Like the previous casing, this one also had a clear political message with an internet culture related element. The second unspent casing had a brief passage of the song Bella Ciao on it, an old Italian folk song closely tied to the anti-fascist movement. Again, clearly political in nature. Although, unlike the other ones, this one has no internet subculture aspect to it. Lastly, the third unspent casing read, "If you read this, you are gay. Lamau." These casings alone strongly suggested that whoever the shooter was, it was someone young. At least someone young enough to be familiar with these online phrases. Unfortunately, even with the prints being lifted from the weapon, they weren't able to identify a culprit. At least, to the public's knowledge, these prints didn't immediately reveal the shooter's identity, although they would become useful whenever a person of interest was detained. For the next day or so, despite information...
Because there's another video. What's up, Scott the Rock? What's up, beam me up?
Slowly being made available to the public, it didn't seem like law enforcement were making significant progress in the case. Given how high profile an incident it was, and how much it had inflamed the United States as a whole, people were pretty worked up, and unsurprisingly, they launched their own investigations. Once again, things get a little tricky, but this time around, it's a bit more complicated. It's important to say that, as far as any of us know, none of these people are responsible for, implicated in, or in any way related
I'll go back to Bob Ross after this video.
The assassination. However, it is important to take everything into consideration, especially considering how ominously foreshadowing some of the posts I'm about to talk about are. The first of these is a set of tweets by someone named Omar, with multiple Twitter handles. The tweets from the 9th of September read, "Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him, literally. Let's just say something big will happen tomorrow." After the shooting happened, this person came back to Twitter to say, "Charlie Kirk got shot. Bro, I promise I didn't have anything to do with it. But I called it, and it's so deserved." Eventually, this person took down their own Twitter account, and someone completely unrelated took the other handle to prevent it from being taken and used by scammers. Side note, this only kind of worked because if you look up the handle on Twitter now, the first result is a fake account promoting a crypto scam in the name of Charlie. Pretty disgusting stuff. As people saw this tweet and had a revelation of someone who accurately called that this would happen, someone looked up that handle on Google, found the first picture of a person, and then spread the claim that this person was Omar or...
Yeah, I've been trying to some of my footage uploaded. So I still have 2 nights of footage to upload. One night when I went there in the Skeletor costume. That's going to be the hardest footage to get uploaded though, because I didn't take any breaks in the footage, so the whole thing is like an hour and a half long. So I gotta cut it up into parts, I think. But I appreciate you.
Najra Galbs, their Twitter handle. The thing is, if you look up someone's Twitter handle online and go on the images tab, you may get the images of any account that may be associated with theirs for whatever reason. They could have replied to each other years ago and it pops up. In this case, the person in the image is an account named Michaela Ultra from Seattle, whose account is now protected. The thing is, decoupling these two accounts was not enough for a lot of people, who promptly went through their tweets and found a reply from Michaela Ultra to a limited account that expressed they weren't fans of Charlie Kirk. Additionally, 2 other tweets were screenshotted, which read, "I'm crashing out. Coming apart at the seams. You're watching it live in real time. Keep your eyes peeled on the news." When someone replied to them suggesting they would be the next trans shooter, Michaela Ultra replied by saying, "Finally someone who is smart enough to read between the lines and figure out what all my Dr. Pepper posting is about." Now, as ominous as all of that sounds, especially since these tweets were made just a day prior to the assassination, and Michaela bearing some resemblance to AI-enhanced CCTV images of the assassin, the explanation to these tweets lies in the mention of Dr. Pepper. None of the tweets made on the day prior to the attack had anything to do with Charlie Kirk, conservatism, and it clearly wasn't serious, as they were all related to DMs exchanged with the Dr. Pepper Twitter account, demanding to talk to the real Dr. Pepper. On Instagram, they made a post saying, "I am suspended from Twitter, so I can't post proof of life there, but I would like to confirm that I am not the Charlie Kirk shooter." As far as I could tell, Michaela Ultra never hinted at doing anything to Charlie Kirk, nor condoned what happened on the 10th. As far as who was really behind the Omar Twitter account, one person was found. First name Omar, last name Najera, like the Twitter handle, who also identified specifically as non-binary, just like the Twitter account. However, this person hasn't spoken out as of yet, and again, there is no specific evidence tying them to the crime. There was someone else, however, with much more incriminating material on their socials. Much like what happened to Michaela, as people ravenously dug through online posts to find evidence of someone connected to that Omar account who had hinted at what would happen to Kirk, they found a certain Sky Valadez. Sky was a member of a band called God's Finest Scalpel, or simply God's Finest, which was featured on a list of accounts Click Click Boom. Here, they're tagged as Straight Death, and if that name wasn't suggestive enough of some kind of terrorism, God's Finest had a song titled Charlie Kirk Dead at 31, which was up on its SoundCloud long before the attack happened, and a similar song called Charlie Kirk's Death Isn't Enough for Me on Bandcamp, from an album titled Death to American Scum. While that is all pretty on the nose, it could just be excessively edgy trans activism. When people took to the comments of the Dead at 31 song on SoundCloud, Sky replied, "I'm not a student at any college. I don't support political violence. This song was a massive coincidence, and I'm leaving it at that. I will not take this down, as I believe in my First Amendment rights, and I believe that if you think this is disgusting..." This response could have laid the issue to bed, but the people looking into this stuff weren't just looking for potential culprits, but also anyone who knew about shooter's plans and didn't report it or try to prevent it in any way. Despite being seemingly completely exonerated, Sky also took to Instagram. "I am not the shooter nor a current alumni at UVU. I had a dream back in March of this year when I recorded and debuted this song on SoundCloud. It's complicated and cheesy, but I did foresee the death of Charlie Kirk this year. However, not at a conference and not by the hand of a gun. I've never been a fan of Charlie Kirk, mostly because under the LGBTQ plus umbrella and disagree with everything he says. Then again, I hate all politicians and politics because it's such a wildfire situation already. I do not support the shooting in any way, but I am relieved that a Nazi sympathizer is no longer wasting my oxygen." Unsurprisingly, that second half did very little to quell suspicions about potential foreknowledge. So people kept digging, and eventually they found a second account that belonged to Sky called letters_2_bishop. This account had a post with a picture of another band, presumably also in Utah, where one of the members bore a striking resemblance to the aforementioned Omar Najera. This led some people to speculate that they were bandmates, but as per God's Finest bio before Charlie Kirk's death, it was a band of one. There was one last person who was similarly picked up by Twitter as potentially having foreknowledge, because just a day prior to the incident, they had said, "September 10th will be a very interesting day." While this tweet got tens of millions of views, they continued to be active on Twitter and showed proof that they very frequently made this kind of tweet. So sooner or later, this kind of coincidence would happen by sheer volume. Now, we are going to revisit of people potentially having foreknowledge of the assassination, but at this point, as it stood, it was confirmed that none of these people were the killer, begging the question, who was actually behind the assassination? A whole day and a half after the shooting, on the evening of the 11th, the pictures of the killer in a cap and dark glasses were released. One of Tyler's friends, who was in the same Discord server with about 18 other people, sent the picture to their chat, jokingly remarking that it looks like Tyler and asking him where he was at. Tyler responded saying that his doppelganger did it, to which someone else sarcastically replied, "Tyler killed Charlie." Clearly, the mere concept of Tyler doing such a thing was something his acquaintances wouldn't even consider. He was a seemingly intelligent guy, as his mother proudly bragged on Facebook about 4.0 GPA. He was a mild-mannered indoorsman who gamed a lot, and although he wasn't a Republican like the rest of his family, he also wasn't even registered to vote and didn't express his opinions that much. Because of this, the rest of his server continued to joke about turning him in to collect the $100,000 bounty on the killer, which was eventually raised to $1.2 million, or they made recommendations that Tyler not go to a McDonald's anytime soon, referencing the notorious case of Luigi Mangione, who was caught on CCTV when he stopped to get something to eat. Tyler even contributed some jokes about himself, saying he should get rid of this manifesto and exact copy rifle I have lying around. Over a few messages, he said, "I heard the ammo had something about trans stuff on it, but they aren't releasing photos or exact quotes." And also, the claim wasn't backed by the official FBI, just some dude in the briefing room. "I am actually Charlie Kirk. Wanted to get out of politics, so I faked my death. Now I can live out my dream life in Kansas." Now, there is some justified debate as to whether the other people in this Discord knew the full extent of Tyler's tests and actions before, during, or after the murder of Charlie Kirk. Partly, it's because these messages were provided voluntarily by one of Tyler's friends, meaning they could have either been tailored by this friend in such a way to exclude anything that would incriminate any other members of the server, or it could mean that due to this friend's forthcoming cooperation with law enforcement, he was given a degree of privilege or protection. While it's highly likely that at least one member of this Discord was aware of Tyler's crimes, it's also likely that if not the majority of the members had no idea. And some of them even expressed grief over the assassination, remarking that Charlie didn't deserve it. Regardless, Tyler definitely seemed intent on keeping people under the impression that he was innocent, and this included his family. For nearly 2 whole days, he kept his family in the dark, and he probably would have strung them along for longer if he could. But on the evening of the 11th, Tyler's father, Matt, saw pictures of the killer on the news. To his unimaginable shock, he saw his son being reported about on national television for having murdered Charlie Kirk. Despite his utter shock and disbelief,
and receiving the blessings to come to all that participated.
Now that's only $1,200.
Yes.
Y'all not listening to what I'm saying. If you have 1,000 plus 1,000.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna work on the other 800.
Well, that ain't what I asked you to do.
I, Roberta McCoy, given faith and stand in unity.
Matt went to his son and simply asked him, "Tyler, is this you? This looks like you." Tyler immediately confessed. But when urged to turn himself in, he responded, "I would rather take my own life than turn myself in." Matt promptly contacted their local Mormon bishop, Scott Messinger, and asked him what he should do, who said that despite the risk of Tyler ending up getting the death penalty, they had to turn him in, which his father did, while also refusing to accept the reward money from the FBI. Knowing that his fate had been sealed, Tyler felt the urge to come clean to his friends on Discord. "Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff in a few moments. Thank you for all the good times and laughs. All been so amazing. Thank you all for everything." There was no immediate response, and only much later, one of the members sent a message asking that the others pray for Tyler. At 11 p.m. that day, the cops came and arrested him, though what was supposed to give the public some relief ended up just raising even more questions. However controversial this was initially, establishing Tyler's motive was the easiest part. The casing clearly antagonized Kirk as a fascist. His family remarked that he had recently expressed that Charlie Kirk was full
tell me that shit's alright. All my ex-hoes on D on Ozempic, and it's HIV. Positively pathetic, the chat GTP. Wrote on my song with his message. I hope they cancel all the binos cause they keep me stressing. And I love a fat, slow folks, always drink Slim Fast. Diabetics, wine, and chocolate chip bags. Furry people always seem to sniff thick, wet bags. Let's go, Brandon, gonna lick a big dick shot. Michelle Obama is a man. Over on an Epstein, didn't hang himself. On a trailer paper, I was born with the wealth. Got the end pass, baby, yeah, I gave it to
hate, and his growing left-wing sentiment coincided with his distancing from his family's Mormon religious practices. The fact that he committed the crime was also an easy task to prove, as they forensically recovered a note that he had written and attempted to dispose of, wherein he said, "I have the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." On one of his devices, they also found communications with a roommate, not named in the affidavit, about needing to retrieve his rifle. This leads me to think that he acknowledged he'd made a mistake in leaving his weapon behind and wanted to go back to get it. But he took too long, and law enforcement got to it first. With the weapon and the towel it was wrapped up in, they found DNA that was a match for Tyler's. As far as the crime itself, it looked pretty open and shut. That is, until further consideration was given to other people being potentially involved in the lead-up. You see, soon after his capture, Tyler went completely silent and refused to cooperate with the police, which led the public to discovering en masse that a lot of the finer pieces of information about his online activities came from someone else. While the roommate was initially anonymous, that didn't last long, as a neighbor of Tyler's came forward to speak with the media, and some pretty interesting things were said when the topic came up, and the neighbor claims to have witnessed them together.
Were they holding hands?
Yeah, they were. So, yeah, they were up in his car, the Dodge Challenger.
And did they say that they were couples?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's some published reports out there that this individual, the roommate, may have been transitioning. Did that correlate with what you saw?
Yeah, definitely. I remember them talking about a doctor's appointment. It was about 2 weeks ago, I would say.
And they were kissing?
Yeah.
Do you know where did you see them kissing?
Just coming out.
While there was some initial pushback to the narrative that Tyler was in a relationship with this roommate of his, this testimony from his neighbor went a long way to solidify this in the public sphere. An unknown source in law enforcement had already attested to the same story, and with this much scrutiny and attention on something, keeping this person's name a secret was basically impossible. Eventually, people found Tyler's Venmo account, where one name stood out, Lance Twig, who frequently received money from his mother for prescriptions and doctor's. Claimants, fitting what the neighbor had told the media. On Saturday, September 13th, the Daily Mail published an article identifying this transgender roommate and romantic partner of Tyler Robinson, with the person listed in the affidavit as a cooperator with law enforcement. In it, Lance's TikTok account, Cookies and Cream, was attached, but most of that account's posts consisted of gaming clips. It turns out this account was apparently shared with someone named Quinn, or comment on Twitch, who didn't have any relation to Tyler. In turn, this led people to consider that this may not be Lance's main account. By simply checking the follows on it, you can find Lance's actual account, Lancelotl, although nothing related to Tyler can be found here, mostly because the majority of the posts come from long before Lance would have been his roommate. As this news grew to national proportions, relatives of Lance's began to speak out, claiming that Tyler and Lance hated conservatives and Christians. Going on to say, "I think Tyler got a whole lot worse in the year they've been dating. They are big gamers, and obviously they have that group that influences them as well as others. Lance disclosed that he had a boyfriend, not to me directly. He wanted to have lunch with other family members to introduce his boyfriend. I was afraid he might hurt someone. Lance is not a healthy person. He's very angry with anyone who is supportive of conservative ideals and Christian values. As far as I know, he was not going by another name. I just know he was in the process of transitioning. I know he was trying to take different medications. Now, I should note that I'm exclusively going off of what's on the news, as misinformation related to this aspect of the story peaked on Twitter. But based on a collection of testimonies from multiple, and mostly anonymous, relatives who were spoken to by the media, both Tyler and Lance were black sheep of their families to different degrees. Tyler was mostly described as resigned from any social activity, being a big gamer since a very young age, in a way that is almost disarmingly relatable. He wanted to develop games. His friends described him as fun to be around, despite being shy and quiet. Lance, on the other hand, was seemingly more outspoken and angry about his views, which was described by a relative, which signals a greater degree of comfort expressing them. This also fits their online presence, as Tyler had seemingly no significant public profiles, while Lance had multiple. This includes the aforementioned TikTok, a now privated Instagram account, and possibly the most revealing one out of all of them, a Reddit account. Before I get into the actual contents of Lance's Reddit, it's important to note that due to the lack of information up until this point, a lot of people resorted to creating imagined versions of this person that were convenient to their preconceptions. Some people were prone to immediately and completely exonerate Lance due to his cooperation with law enforcement. Others leaned toward the narrative that he was at least complicit, if not actively pushing or pressuring Tyler to do what he did. Unsurprisingly, neither of these assumptions were exactly true. His Reddit history goes back over half a decade, and up until 2024, there are several patterns we can pick up on. For example, very early on, around 2019, you can find references to jokes about killing furries, criticisms to J.K. Rowling for making Harry Potter characters gay, and even positive comments on campaigns like "It's okay to be white," as well as criticisms of how black people were socially allowed to exclude white people from their spaces, but not the other way around. Clearly, in 2019, Lance wasn't what you'd call a staunch left-winger, to say the least. But something changed in 2020. Before, Lance often made positive posts relating to other Reddit users over his intent of getting his video game addiction under control, to start lifting weights again, get good grades, and find a girlfriend. After 2020, one of the first significant posts on his account is him arguing with other people over transgenderism. Specifically, Lance can be seen calling his old self transphobic, and claiming that children should be allowed to transition. It also seems he began exploring existentialist philosophy, taking an interest in Nietzsche and Stoicism as they related to managing suffering and negative/painful situations that you wish to be out of. By 2022, he was already posting to subreddits like femboy_IRL and r/196, both of which are well known for their predominantly trans user base. This isn't to say he was a conventional left-winger though, as multiple posts signaled that he was sufficiently far left, and that he no longer believed in political parties altogether, claiming that all they were after was money. Another interesting sign here is his continued investment not only in video games, but also in websites like 4chan, and more specifically, the R9K board. If you want a slightly deeper dive into what goes on R9K, you can watch my video about Reiko's femboy cult, but to make a long story short, it's infamous for being full of rabid incels, transgender people, combinations of the two, all of whom are bonding over feeling socially excluded or otherwise dysfunctional. If you've been listening to what I've been saying, you're starting to get the idea. All of this automatically put Lance squarely outside of the regular political spectrum. And although he was clearly left-wing, he definitely felt ambivalent about a lot of issues. For example, in one instance, he actually made fun of people who got upset that the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's, Scott Cawthon, had donated to Republican politicians, and complained about incessant Russia versus Ukraine discussions creeping into the subreddits he frequented. At a surface level, Lance wasn't an extremely rigorous left-winger. He posted on the Jordan Peterson subreddit criticizing echo chambers and expressing his distaste for how much of the sub had been overtaken with political discussions, while also specifying that Jordan had been pivotal to his personal growth. complimenting his 12 Rules for Life book and defending him from detractors. Another expression of his lack of political rigor is that while he posted a lot on a joke sub called Love for Landlords, which sarcastically praises landlords while depicting them as the most cruel and greedy capitalists imaginable, he also posted to r/no working, which parodied the infamous leftist sub r/anti-work. But make no mistake, in spite of his overall lax attitude towards politics, there were some things he took more seriously, and he only grew to take them more seriously as time went on. First off, he unsurprisingly more concerned approach when it came to gender ideology, condemning misgendering, and even raising an issue with how the left commodified the trans rights cause. Oddly enough, his post about it is on the r/anarcho-capitalism subreddit, although it doesn't seem like Lance has any other activity associated with libertarianism, besides a few passing comments on the legalization of drugs. Before he had any cohesive political beliefs, from a young age, Lance struggled with substance abuse. While he took an interest in subreddits like r/shrooms and r/acid, it's his post on r/alcoholism that is the most revealing out of all of them. In a reply to someone talking about how alcohol can cause blackouts, he wrote, "I appreciate the resources. I'll definitely read through the Alcohol Explained book. The blackout piece was solid. I don't think about choking. I am so glad I can't fall asleep on my back. It kind of saved me there. Lol. I kind of feel like it's too late on the addiction part, because I did a ton of weed earlier in my teens, and I can tell it messed with my energy and attention levels. And I mean this in no edgy or depressing way, but I don't really see myself making it past about 25 at this rate, so I'm not too worried about the long-term effects. I think I'll wait until legal age at least to try any alcohol again though." Revealing on its own, with Lance expressing a certain degree of hopelessness about his own life expectancy. It gets more interesting when you check the other comments on this thread and notice he's replying to all of them. Based on this, despite the original thread now being deleted and having its contents, as well as who created it, hidden, the Wayback Machine reveals what was originally there. In the thread's body, Lance, who would be 19 or 18 at the time this thread was made, tells a story in which Lance drank anywhere from half to a whole bottle of 40% vodka in 2 hours, while simultaneously being high, blacked out, and waking up with vomit everywhere. Clearly, there was something wrong with him. And other posts also have him talking about suffering from bulimia. Although there are associations between eating disorders and substance abuse, and also with both of those things and gender dysphoria, what's important to focus on here is how it all contributes to his aforementioned hopelessness. The idea that he'll be dying soon no matter what. Based on other posts of his, Lance identified himself and his friends as abandoning religious beliefs, and even described a situation in which his family basically disowned him relating to it. While this matches the testimony of one of Lance's relatives, it doesn't tell the full story, as he continued to live with his family for a good while after. Even after he moved out to be roommates with Tyler, the Venmo shows he continued to get sent to him by his parents, and it's quite likely they helped them with their housing, since the place they shared cost $1,800 a month. And as far as is publicly known, neither of them had very good jobs to afford that kind of place. Even if they had issues with them, both Lance and Tyler appeared to receive continuous support from their families, despite their lifestyle. While there has been a lot of conflicting information about this, Lance was indeed undergoing a transition, at least as of a year ago, as he CBC talking about the effects of HRT on r/trans DIY about a year ago. Soon after that, about 10 months ago as of me writing this, he already mentioned having a boyfriend, which coincides with the reports he was in a relationship with Tyler. There's one last bit of info that I think is worth correcting. There's been some speculation that Lance's Instagram having the word fish finder is some kind of coded message about grooming minors into becoming trans. While that is a very real phenomenon, with the likes of Giggly Goon Clown being obsessed with doing exactly that, in this case, it's incorrect. Not only is Lance on the record years ago talking about how much he likes going fishing, but he also has some posts criticizing online trans communities for calling other people eggs, which basically means they're trans but haven't discovered themselves yet. With all of this established, and paired with testimonies from their relatives, there was nothing particularly unusual about their upbringing. This extremely sad and dark picture from Tyler's mom's Facebook shows him in 2013 playing a game on his computer. Lance is no different, although instead of performing really well academically, like Tyler, Lance actually seemed more socially well-adjusted and artistically inclined.
My name is Lance Stevens. I play country concert for young pianists, and I like piano because it gives me something other than playing video games to use my fingers.
But from 2019 to 2024, both of them slowly moved from somewhat apolitical to left-wing, with a large emphasis on the topic of trans rights. While Lance's was well documented through his own Reddit, Tyler's was quieter. But there, nonetheless, a former classmate of his described him as being a Reddit kid. Seemingly, just like something happened in 2020, a similar effect took place in 2024 when Lance and Tyler moved in together, and their families started to notice both of them feeding off of each other and becoming more politically inclined. For a few days after the assassination, the exact dynamic between them was unknown, but just a few days ago, their final Discord messages to one another were released, and they read as follows. Tyler, drop what you are doing. Look under my keyboard. Lance, what? You're joking, right? Here, Tyler is referencing the note I had mentioned earlier that had been destroyed and was recovered, where he declared he was going to take Charlie's life. Their conversation continued. Tyler, I'm still okay, my love, but am stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this a secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. Lance, you're the one who did it, right? Tyler, I'm sorry. Lance, I thought they caught the person. Tyler, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone instead of their clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet. Almost quiet enough to get out. But there's one vehicle lingering. Lance, why? Tyler, why did I do it? Lance, yeah. And Tyler responds with the following diatribe. I had enough of his hatred. Some hates can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Lance, how long have you been planning this? Tyler, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there was a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. Old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I don't even know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How will I losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bull woo on Fox News, I might have a stroke. Alright, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really sucks. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. I think that was a scope. Delete this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. At least a photo of the rifle, and it is very unique. He's calling me right now, not answering. Since Trump got into office, he has been pretty diehard MAGA. I'm gonna turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. You are all I worry about, love. Lance, I'm much more worried about you. Tyler, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. While Lance did follow Tyler's wishes on the first request, he didn't on the second, as he did cooperate with law enforcement extensively as per the affidavit. Now, if you're wondering about the visuals for the messages on screen, those are not the actual screenshots, but instead depictions of what the messages would look like. However, the contents of the messages are genuine. It's technically possible that Lance and Tyler coordinated this exchange beforehand to exonerate Lance of any cooperation, given the pretty performative nature of some of Tyler's messages especially. Given they did live together and shared political views, it's not impossible, but at the same time, it's also possible that, indeed, Tyler concocted and carried this plan out on his own. Given Lance was more expressive and even-minded, while Tyler was much harder to read even by his close friends, it could be that the latter was a ticking time bomb. And his political beliefs about Charlie Kirk, paired with his attachment to Lance, who was trans, were enough to set him off. As it currently stands, Tyler is potentially facing the death penalty, and Lance is nowhere to be seen or heard from. For many people, this was case closed, but other people have pitched the possibility that even if Lance had no foreknowledge, it doesn't mean other people couldn't have. Beyond those I've mentioned earlier in the video, there were a few other suspicious details surrounding the whole incident. For example, a neighbor of theirs claimed that 2 weeks prior to the attack, several people driving cars with out-of-state plates were seen going in and out. Additionally, there were a couple of Change.org petitions by locals who were vehemently opposed to Charlie Kirk speaking at the university, and some of the comments got pretty questionable. Besides the name-calling and political accusations, there were some comments like, "No tolerance for Nazis like Kirk. Stop the speaking or someone else will. Of course, this could just be someone making a baseless threat due to how they felt about Charlie, but it goes deeper. A day prior to the assassination, a now deleted TikTok account called Definitely Not Jackson made a post with the captions, "Charles James Kirk, Mr. College Dropout, does not know what's coming tomorrow. Be ready. This isn't a threat, it's a promise. It's a bad day to be Charlie tomorrow. Hashtag UVU." Again, this could just be a reference to the debate itself as some illusion that Charlie will get owned or something in the marketplace of ideas. But there's also more. 5 days prior to the shooting, a Twitter user named Fuyoshi Incel said, "You guys, I have something big coming soon. Just be sure to check the news. You'll know it when you see it. Winky emoji face." And within a few hours of the assassination, he came back to say, "Well, that's that. Another chud bites the dust." This account really appears to be completely gone. Lastly, a TikTok and Twitter user who followed Lance Twigs by the name of Churbum75M, as soon as the attack took place, tweeted out, "We did it." Adding insult to injury, he followed it up with, "Charlie Kirk deserved that. Let it die." On his TikTok, he set his account to the picture of the moment Kirk was shot, along with a lot of other vile posts about it. By merely searching up his handle on Twitter, it's easy to find that just days prior, he was in hot water for insincerely apologizing for making offensive jokes in a Discord server. With all of those elements put together, this match unconventional leftists that would be expected. Churbum eventually shared conversations he'd had with a friend of his, where his friend is saying, "We aren't even enough to hold a gun without a weapon charge." But of course, at this point, the concern wasn't that anyone besides Tyler actually did it. Instead, that other people knew that he would beforehand. He eventually made a tweet claiming that it was all a misunderstanding, and he was just an immature teenager scared for his life. Despite tweeting out many times afterwards, asking to be left alone, and saying that joking about people dying is wrong, Churbum continued to make light of what happened, leading people to be suspicious. Whatever the case is with any of these specific accounts, people are innocent until proven guilty. And I'm not making this video to endorse doxing anyone because of what they post on Twitter. If there is genuine suspicion, it should be handled by the authorities. And on the 16th of September, nearly a week incident, it was announced by the FBI that there were a lot more than 20 people in Tyler's Discord chat, and that all of them were now under FBI investigation. Another interesting thing is that there was a broad network of groups with intel on Kirk's assassination and the subsequent announcement of investigation of NGOs, although what exactly this means has yet to be seen. What it could be related to is the recent discovery related to the Utah-based group Armed Queers SLC. Founded in 2020, Armed Queers identified itself as a revolutionary LGBTQ organization whose principles included the end of capitalist oppression and trans liberation. At face value, it looks like nothing out of the ordinary for this kind of collective, but it was discovered that this group was founded and led by a certain Ermia Fanayan, who had won an award from the Utah Council for Citizens Diplomacy in 2022, was once listed by the Utah Global Diplomacy NGO as a young diplomat of Utah, and was listed as being on the payroll of the Utah State Democratic Committee. The scope of this kind of thing is unassumingly huge, as Ermia was a speaker at a UN-affiliated event, and the Utah Global Diplomacy received most of its income directly from government grants. As early as 2019, Ermia can be seen on stage alongside people like Elizabeth Warren. 4 years later, in January 2020, Armed Queers made now deleted posts about working with the Elm Fork John Brown Gun Club. 2 years after that, just 2 months ago, on the 14th of July, 10 to 12 members of this gun club gathered near an ICE detention center, setting off fireworks and vandalizing vehicles with phrases like "ice pig" and "traitor," and to draw out officers. They then proceeded to open fire on several unarmed officers nearby, succeeding in killing none of them, but they did injure one officer in the neck. Immediately after, all of them were arrested and had their property seized. Multiple of the people arrested had prior criminal histories of similar crimes. Of course, everything I'm saying here is circumstantial, but still, it seems to be enough that the FBI is currently investigating Ermia about her potentially having some relation, not just to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, but also to any other similar crimes that have occurred recently. Ultimately, it's impossible to know just how much sprawl this kind of thing has, but considering how massive organizations organizations and cults like the Zizians or 764 have gotten, it's best to sort this out as early as possible before any other crimes can take place. Whatever the case may be, it's an absolute tragedy that Charlie Kirk lost his life. To a lesser degree, it's also a tragedy that people like Tyler got to the point of committing such a crime. Hopefully nothing of this kind ever happens again. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Easy. A little bit brighter right there. There. Something about like that. Then maybe up here in a tree. So when you go mission, you just take a knife and you can scrape and you can make the indication of tree trunks. Just like that. It's up to you. Whatever way is easiest for you. Sometimes you want to take your time and paint them, and sometimes you just want to scratch them and keep right on going. It's really up to you. Put a few little leaves and things up here on this tree. Ain't totally left out. Did it fantastic. With a big old 2-inch brush, you can do things that look detailed. And with practice, you will be amazed. I have people write me every day and they say, you know, I did some painting today and I took them to show them to my friends, and they actually started looking for numbers on them because they didn't believe I could do that. I hear that every day, and nothing's greater than hearing about people's successes when they do this. That really makes it all worthwhile. So thank you very much for sharing that with us. There, another little tree lives right here, little bush. Happy little bush, huh? There. Wherever. You decide. You decide. See, I'll show you another one. You can make grassy areas. Maybe these are closer to us and they're a little bigger. I want to use a fan brush, just number 6 fan brush. You can use any size you want. I like a number 6. Same colors though. Same colors. But there's a multitude of colors happening on that brush. Okay, let's go from here. You can just take and just give it a push. Now sort of adjust the brush back and forth, because if you go straight, well, let's do it. So you get a big smiley face. So adjust the brush fairly straight. And you can just give it a little push, and all those little grassy things will happen. That easy. That easy. This grass looks like it's closer to us. There. I tell you what. Let's take a little bit of our brown colors. Maybe we can see a little soil, a little dirt through there. And then you'll just drop it in. We take a little brown, a little white, mix it together very gently. That easy. That easy. Right over. Now we can come back with our little fan brush and just pop in some little grassy areas around it to make it look like it's part of the painting. That easy. See it? There. Isn't that a fantastic way of making a little grassy area to you? All right. And a little practice with this, and you'll be amazed at what you can accomplish. Absolutely amazed. I know I am. Every day. It's like a gift. Something new happens on a canvas. Study it when it happens. Sometimes even a mistake, or what you think is a mistake, turns out to be a learning experience that maybe is better than what you were trying to do. Evaluate it. We don't make mistakes, you know. We have happy accidents. I'm going to take a number 3 fan brush. Doesn't matter what size you use, I just happen to pick it up. And maybe in our world, maybe an old tree was cut down or fell down right here in this part of the stump.
These commercials are so insufferably loud.
He lives right in there now. Take our knife, scrape here and there, and put in all kind of little sticks and twigs and happy little things that live all out here in this beautiful little scene. And I think, let's take our old liner brush, a little bit of the bright red, paint there. I think I'm going to sign this one, call it finished. Hope you've enjoyed this little painting. It's very simple, and it will teach you how to use all the equipment. It's a lot of fun. With the old signature on here, that we're going to call that one finished. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless you, friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd do a little seascape. It's real easy, and I believe you're going to enjoy it. Let's start out and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you the crazy canvas I got up here today. Today I've taken my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but I've painted the top with alizarin crimson acrylic. Let me say that again. It's acrylic on top, and the bottom is black gesso. Then I've covered the entire thing with a very thin coat of the liquid clear. Down here on the bottom, I've taken a little Prussian blue and sap green and ran across just a little bit. And down here a little brown made from alizarin crimson and sap green. So there's brown on the bottom, there's sort of a blue-green here, and this just has clear on it, and we'll play. All right, just getting the introduction there was a biggie. Let's take a little titanium white, and then I'm going to come right around here, get a little bit of the midnight black, and I'm going to make a gray color. Just white and black, or black and white, whatever your preference. Now then, let's go right in here. And I'm just going to dance in a few little areas here and there. Just a light gray color. I don't want to cover up all this red, but here and there, I want to have just some little indications. The white is very opaque. But if you get it thin enough, the red will still show through, and it'll give a reddish hue to our painting, at least in the sky. There. Something about like that. That's basically what we're looking for. Just some little indications here and there. All right. Once again, I don't want to kill all this red. I want it to go through the color. So you need to really thin it out. And because the liquid clear is on there, you can get this very thin, and it'll work out for you very nicely. There. Now, while I have the little brush going, I'm going to take a very, very small amount of phthalo blue. Just a little bit on the old 2-inch brush. Very small amount. I just want to tint the sky here and there with a little phthalo blue. Not much, not much. Be careful. Once again, I don't want to lose this reddish aura that we have through the entire paint. Just want to add a little blue here and there. Once again, not much. Maybe a little right down in here. Just wherever, and we'll sort of play back and forth as we work. Now then. Okay, time to wash the old brush, because it's the fun part. I just really look for excuses to wash the brush. Shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. There we go. Let's build this today a happy little cloud. I'm going to take a little titanium white right on the old 2-inch brush, same old brush. And let's go up in here and let's just drop in an indication of some little clouds that live up in here. Maybe wherever, it doesn't much matter. Wherever you think they should live, that's exactly what it should be. Just some basic little shapes. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a blender brush here. This is a very, very soft little blender brush. It allows you just to blend these things together. That easy. That easy. All right. See how easy it is to make a fantastic little cloud? You can do this. All you need is practice, the right equipment, and off you go. Okay. That's what makes this style of painting so unique, so wonderful, is that anybody can do it. You don't have to be blessed by Michelangelo at birth. You can create a beautiful painting. Yeah, you can do it. All right, maybe another little happy cloud lives right here. Notice we're doing them in layers though. Now then, back to my little blender. La la la, there we are. Just blend it away, wherever you want it to go. There. See, but this keeps the edge nice and firm there by doing it in layers. So don't get greedy. I know, it gets good. You don't want to stop. You want to do them all at one time. But take your time, take your time. Just try to do one at a time. There. Maybe. I'm just letting this sort of dance around. Maybe it comes right out here. Wherever. We're going to have big clouds in the sky today. So you just decide where you want them and drop them in. It's really that easy. Just tap them in. Maybe there's even a little bit goes off in here somewhere. Back to our little blender. So all we're doing is just picking up the blender, and then we'll begin putting these together. Just blend them away very softly. We're going to have a monster guy in this one, I can tell. There. Little blender brush though, it's so soft you can go right over the paint without mixing it all up. There we go. I'm going to just feather those edges out to a very quiet. You almost don't see them. They just sort of disappear. There we are. About like that. That's all we need. That's all we need. Already, that's looking like a pretty nice little sky. I like to do skies like this. They're a lot of fun. A little more white. I'm not stopped yet. I think we'll just put another happy little cloud in there. Maybe it comes around like that. Goes off. You make a decision. In your world, you decide where everything lives. The clouds, the sky, little birds. There. I'm just going to put another cloud here. You know, in one of the earlier shows, a couple of the early shows, I showed one of my little baby squirrels that I'm raising right now. We've had so many people write and say, I want to see him again. So I'm going to put up a little bit of footage here and let you just check out my little squirrel. This is the one we call Peapod Jr. because he's to live in my shirt too. Yeah. Isn't he a mess? I love these little rascals. They're so much fun to feed and to play with and to work with. It creates a whole new awareness of nature when you work with little animals like this. Probably in every town nearly in the country, there are people who work with injured and orphaned animals. And this is where I get all these little animals that you see. I try to work with these people and help them out. Any way I can make their life a little easier. And they allow me to share just what you see right there. Some of God's little creatures. Isn't he adorable? By the time you see this, he'll be living in the backyard. Because we do not keep these little animals. These are wild animals. And they're meant to live outside. And I put them. But hopefully he'll hang around the backyard and allow me to continue to share his world a little while. Look at that. He's not the neatest eater in the world, is he? But that's okay. Every year I raise several of these little animals and turn them loose. There. Just gives you a good feeling. All I'm doing is just putting in some clouds while you watch a little Peapod Jr. there. All right. He wouldn't share either. You notice that? That's totally his. None of that's for me. Okay. I think we about have the little sky finished. I hope you enjoy watching those little critters because they really are fun and they're very important in my life. So I took a little touch of the phthalo blue and just added right there. Just a little touch. All right. Now, I have a little piece of masking tape here just to protect my horizon line. That's the only reason it's there. A little touch more of the phthalo blue. I already have white on this little blender, so they'll just sort of mix together. Isn't that a wild sky? I bet there's a storm coming here. All right. I get to wash the old brush again. That's really all I wanted to do. We wash our brushes as usual. An odorless paint thinner. Shake off the excess. and just beat the devil out of it. Okay, I'm going to take off this little piece of masking tape. See, now that way my horizon line is nice and straight and very even. That was Prussian blue and sap green. I want to add just a touch more where the piece of tape was. There. Just adding a little bit more, like that. Okay, we're in business. I thought today, let's play a little bit. Seascapes give some people a hard time. They're not the easiest thing in the world to paint. Let's make a seascape that's a little easier to do today. We're going to use the small knife a lot. And I'm going to take a little roll of paint, and I'm going to start out by just figuring out basically here where my major wave will be. I want one big crasher wave. It comes right up here. Maybe it bends over like that. And maybe there's a little dooter there. And off sort of like that. That's really about all we're looking for. That's just a shape to tell us where the old big wave's going to live in our world. And back here, maybe there's a little wave that lives there. Putting a lot of pressure on the knife, bending it. Bending. If you don't get too crazy, the knife's pretty strong. You're not going to break it. Now, I will take a number 3 fan brush. I'm using the small one today. And
with Venmo, you can easily earn cash back on your purchases at the places you love with the Venmo debit card and track spending right in the app. You can treat your friends to something sweet or split the bill when it's time to chip in. It's simple, secure, and easy to use. So go ahead, join the millions of people on Venmo and start managing your money all in one place.
Life doesn't stop when you're getting an education. That's why Sophia offers self-paced, online, college-level courses that are designed to transfer. Access 70-plus courses for only $99 a month and start learning today.
Something about like so. We're not too worried about these. We'll sort of put them together with the liner brush and we'll put detail in there. There. That's really about all we need. It gives the indication that something's happening back here. Other than that, not too worried. There. Now then, let's have fun. Let's have some fun. We'll take some more little titanium white. And I'm getting a little roll of paint on the knife, right on the edge. It lives way out there. Now we said that this water was going to come around here like this. So all we're going to do is touch and give a little pull. Give a little pull. Like that. There. That's going to be the top of that wave. Grab a little number 3 fan brush again. And I'm just going to barely touch this and give it a little tiny pull over like so. That's all I'm going to do to that. Now, we need an eye in the wave, or as it's commonly known, the pretty part. We'll take a little titanium white and go right up in here and just begin rubbing with the knife. Just rub it. Like that. See? That's all you have to do is rub it. It'll get as smooth. We'll take a little bit of cadmium yellow, a little white, and we'll put a little touch right in here and rub that. There, looks like sunlight just zipping right through there. Just like so. Already, see, it's beginning to give the impression of a wave. It's that easy. Okay. Take a little phthalo blue, alizarin crimson, proportionally much more crimson. Much more crimson. All right. Grab a little white and put it in there so I can see what color I've got. Ooh, I like that. I like that color. Nice one. Sometimes it just works. Wonderful. And we'll come right in here and we'll put a little indication of maybe a shadow. There, and just rub it in. It's going to mix with that color that's on the canvas automatically. Automatically. This old crasher wave Comes right up here, breaks the horizon. There we go. Just splash it up in the sky. Not like that. We don't know where it's going yet. We'll make that decision. Take a little phthalo blue, a little bit of white. There. We'll just make a nice bluish color, maybe a little darker than that. I like it. That's pretty nice. I like that color. All right. There. Now we have several different values we can use. And we can begin thinking about maybe there's a little duder that comes right there. I know, I didn't make sense yet. Watch. Watch. It'll come. Here comes the water. Coming right there. We can just put all kinds of little things in there. Just blend them together. This knife will do fantastic things if you just give it a chance. Just rub it. I like to do entire paintings using nothing but the knife when I'm at home. But that's hard to do on television with the limited time frame that we have. But you can do the entire painting with nothing but the knife. You really can. All right. A little bit of the titanium white. Just want to make it look like that water's beginning to fall over. Something about like so. Now that, let's take, I'm just using the knife here. And I'm just going to touch it. Let that water splash and churn, crash as it comes over. Just boom. Make little sound effects when you do this. It really helps. Get you in the mood. Think about a day at the ocean. Dude, if you don't live close to the ocean, then just sort of painting is imagination anyway. It's imagination that you can see. There. But that easy, you can make an indication of just a happy little foam wave crashing, churning. There it comes. All right, we need something for that to be a hitting on there. Let's take some of our browns and dark sienna mixed together. Throw some black in there too. I want it dark. Maybe, yeah. Let's put a nice rock right here. There it is. Just a big old happy rock. Gotta have something for all this to splash on. There I go, making a noise again. I'm sorry, I get carried away making noises. If you was to record me at home when I'm painting by myself, people think I sit around all by myself in a big old empty house. Make weird little noises. But they say, you know that Bob, he's a painter. Painters are sort of strange. So it's okay. Take a little black, little white, little brown, mixed all together. There. Now I want to come right in here. And I'm still just using the knife. Just going to sort of put the indication of a stone here. Have to keep wiping the knife off. Just wipe off the paint. Then just by rubbing it, you can begin to create the illusion of all kinds of things happening here. And painting is nothing more than games of illusion. That's really all it is. On a flat surface, make it look like there's depth and dimension. That's what it's all about. We'll take a little white, a little touch of the phthalo blue, not much. Very gently, just begin bringing these two together. Just churning, fighting, crashing, and carrying on there. There we are. Something about like that. All right, now let's find. There's one. I'm gonna take a little Indian yellow, some white. And just mix them together. Indian yellow is a very bright yellow. Let's go up in here. Maybe, right there. We'll put some reflection right in the water. Okay. Now if you start in the brightest area and work out, automatically it'll pick up that color underneath. and get darker and darker as it works out. More color, lightest area, and then we work outward, 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 outward. Easy. See, it gets darker and darker automatically. Now we'll go across, just like we're making reflections, because that's what it is. It's just reflected color. Now already it looks wet. Like it. Now then, time to start having some fun here. Take a little white, a little blue, and maybe firm pressure right along in here. Like that. Firm, firm pressure. There. Really get in there and work it. But isn't that a neat way to make a little seascape? And as I say, if you've had trouble with seascapes before, this might be the answer to your problem. Because it's very simple, it works. Put another little dude right there. Firm pressure. I want that nice edge to be there. And you need to wipe the knife continually, get the paint off. There. Running around something like that. You see, it's up to you. You make the decisions. You make the decisions. Wherever you want them to be. All right. Just all kinds of little things happening in here. Pick up a little of that color, bring it down. It creates the way the water is going to flow. That easy. All right. I get carried away when I do these because I like them. I like to do these little rascals, and I like to paint with a knife. It's really, as I say, when you're at home, you can paint entire paintings using nothing but the knife. Try it. You'll like it. We'll take a little more of the blue and white. Once again, our little roll of paint. I want one more of those little dooders. There's right here. Something about like that. So it just goes around off the canvas. Gives us a little more depth. And put a few little things. And we can take our little fan brush and very gently just grab that and pull it back right across the water there. See? Just pull it back. Just grab that color. That needs to go pretty straight. You don't want your water to look like it's running up the side of a mountain or something. It needs to go fairly straight. All right. Isn't that a super simple little way of making a very effective seascape? I think you'll like it. Well, try it. And I'd love to hear from you. You know, if you have time, drop me a line. Send me a photograph of your paintings. Oh my gosh, we get some of the most beautiful photographs. People are doing all over the country. Marvelous, marvelous paintings. I want to brighten that so it stands out. Looks like it's coming over a little bit. There, a little bit in there. It's up to you. You decide where all these little rascals live. We can splash a few little more things up in here. Don't want to get this too crazy. Up in here. There. All right. As I mentioned, we could take the script liner brush, a little paint thinner. I'm using white with a touch of, just a touch of phthalo blue in it. And here, there. You can get in here and put in some details. Just put in all kinds of little waves and things that make your seascape really special, fantastic looking. That easy. Just thin the paint down with paint thinner, and then it'll slide right over here. There, see? Once again, I think this is one of the easiest seascapes we've ever come up with. It's a lot of fun to do, and you really can do this one. We'll have a little doer, it just comes right down the wave there. Anywhere you want them. There. So we'll have to send her a thank you card. There we are. Just beat the devil out of it. I thought maybe today we'd do let's do some big mountains. Great big old beautiful mountains. midnight black. Midnight black. And a little touch of Prussian blue in it, but mostly midnight black. Cut off a little roll of paint. Let's go right up in here. And we have to make our first major decision. Maybe old mountain lives right there. We'll start out, put a little peak in there. It doesn't matter. Just sort of make a decision in your world. Put them in wherever you think they should live. Then that's exactly where they should live. Maybe something right along in there. Tell you what, let's have some fun. Let's take a little bit of the titanium white and just do something like that. Just begin. Maybe, I know, maybe there's some.
Attention! Let's get back to the lesson. Please. Gross, right? Well, one tiny tablet, and we can go from gross to gone. That's right there. With one dose, you can watch those dead fleas fall right off fast. Teach fleas a lesson and watch them fall with Capstar.
Where I used to live. There. So about like that. Back to our black. And we'll start right in here. See, it will sort of just make a little bowl shape to hold that glacier in so it doesn't get away. Sometimes them rascals will get away from you. There. Easy. I like big old mountains like this. So I say, I lived in Alaska for a long time. And you see sights like this just about on a daily basis. And I think when God made Alaska, he was having one of his better days. It is the most gorgeous country. I get excited just thinking about it. There. Somebody told me I should work with Department of Tourism in Alaska as much as I talk about it. That's true. I just think it was beautiful. There we are, back to my blank. And let's come right up here. Maybe, shoot, we'll get a little crazier. It doesn't matter. It's our world. We can do it any way that we want to. We'll do her there. Maybe a little something in here. And off we go. Okay. Our gray and white. Put a few little highlights on here. I don't want a lot of highlights on this. Just a few. Maybe down here, have a few little highlights. Because they're right up on top of this mountain. So we bring that together. Shoot, we're in business. As I say, these are really fun mountains to do. Try some of these. So often we just do the mountains that have snow on them. Do mountains that have glaciers in them. There. A little bit more of the titanium white. We'll just let it just drip right around the base of those mountains. That easy. No pressure. No pressure at all. Just sort of let it float right around there. Maybe it comes right on down in here somewhere. And let's take our 2-inch brush. And I'm going to begin tapping. I want to create the illusion of mist down at the base here. The illusion of mist. A little white on the brush. We'll make some big misty areas that just right there. Something about like that. Just bring them all together.